Oh, good morning, Mr. Van Heerden.
Yes, you're on Van Heerden, yeah.
Okay, all right. Yes. This is a resumption date of hearings that started in August this year. Certain allegations were made by several people, mentioning several individuals and unions, cricket unions, in a manner that called, or in my view, calls for a response to such allegations as were made, which obviously may have been to the detriment of either the persons or the structures, the cricketing structures or unions that had been mentioned by those people who felt that they had been discriminated against and on the basis of their race, and some, of course, had testified that they had been discriminated against on the basis of their gender. Now, we had those testimonies, and the period, the intervening period between August and today was given to those parties, whether they are individuals or they are unions or whether they are administrators, selectors, coaches, across the board in the sporting code of cricket. This opportunity has been given between the last hearings and today for people to get ready to respond to such testimonies as were given, which called for some kind of response. We would hope that in the fortnight that lies ahead, we will have at least responses, the nature of which will give us the task of evaluating the nature of the evidence that has been given. Today, as I have been advised, we are going to hear on behalf of the Free State Cricket Union, Mr. Johan van Heerden. And I do believe that for the most part, Mr. van Heerden is going to respond to the evidence that one finds in the affidavit by Mr. Cillier. I don't know whether it's pronounced Leye or Lee, but Mr. Cillier had given evidence, and I understand that that evidence, to the extent that it affected the Free State Cricket Union, where Mr. Johan van Heerden comes from, is going to be dealt with in a particular way by Mr. van Heerden in his responses. So that is the brief background. I do believe that Mr. van Heerden has responded, and he will speak to particular aspects of the affidavit by Mr. Cillier, but can we all place ourselves on record? I'm Dumisa Ntsebeza. I am the appointed ombudsperson by Ombudsman to chair and steer these proceedings in a direction that will make me or put me in a position at the end of the day to make some findings and recommendations. Advocate Nele, just yourself on record.
Thank you very much, Ombuds. I'm Fumisa Nele, and I'm the legal advisor in the Office of the Transformation Ombudsman.
Mr. July, Mr. Tom.
My name is Sandile July. I'm assisting the Ombuds in these proceedings.
My name is Sandile Tom. I'm assisting the Ombudsman in these proceedings from attorney's workspace.
Yes. Now, Mr. Van Heerden, against that backdrop, perhaps what you want to do is to give us a background about yourself. Tell us about yourself. Tell us about your association with Mr. Cillier, and yeah, feel free to speak after you have been sworn. Maybe let me just do that first. Can I establish from you whether you have got any objection in taking the oath?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I must say the sound is not that good. There seems to be quite a lot of interference, and I hear here and there I miss you, but I'm okay to continue. I see that there's a Mr. Steve Cillier on the line, and he wasn't introduced. Is he part of our meeting?
I believe he's one of the IT people.
All right, thank you very much. My name is Johan van Heerden. I've studied BCom Personnel Management at the University of Orange Free State.
Before we go there, I was asking the question whether you have any objection to taking the oath.
Apologies, Mr. Chair. No, I've got no objections. Thank you.
So, Mr. Van Heerden, do you swear that the evidence you are going to give to me is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing else but the truth? And if that is so, please raise your right hand for the camera and say, "So help me God."
Yes, and so help me God.
Thank you very much, Mr. Van Heerden. You are free to do what you want to do.
To restart. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah. I've studied personnel management, and I was involved at Anglo-American Mines from 1984 up till 94, 95, just before the World Cup rugby that took place. And I then changed occupations, and I went into the sport marketing field, which I was there for about 15 years, and I'm now at Free State Cricket for the last 13 years. So that sums up my working career, Mr. Chair. I don't know if there are any questions on that.
No, go ahead. Go ahead, Mr. Van Heerden.
I've been called to the meeting for two guys. The first one was on Tandi Chabalala, and the second one was Lee. Do you want me to proceed with Tandi Chabalala's affidavit?
If you could start with Eddie Lee's. Yes.
All right. I'll do that, no problem, Mr. Chair. I have sent my affidavit through now. I'm not sure this is the first time I'm involved in anything like this. I read it, or do we handle it from here, Mr. Chair?
You can talk to it without necessarily rereading it into the record. And you can just indicate that, you know, in paragraph so and so, I would like to raise the following points. For instance, I do have something that you drafted, or it's supposed to have been drafted on the 21st of August. And in it, you are addressing, I think, Eddie Lee's affidavit, and you start addressing what is contained in paragraphs 27 onwards. And perhaps you might want to follow that, the structure, when it comes to the evidence of Mr. Eddie Lee.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll take it to Eddie's affidavit and point 17 of his affidavit. He states that he came to Bloemfontein to improve his chance actually to get back into the Protea side. Based on that, and that was quite correct. When Eddie, he was with the Lions at the time, and when he, halfway through the year at Lions, he actually contacted Mr. Alan Donald to come and play for the Knights. And that was, the Lions actually paid him his salary for the year that he was with us. So he left the Lions to come and further his career with the Knights, and in the second year, we paid him in full. I must say that Eddie is by far one of the fittest and most motivated players. He previously had a wonderful one-day contributions, where maybe on the 3-day and 4-day competitions he were not as efficient as in white ball cricket. I had quite a numerous of discussions with Eddie, and I always enjoyed his discussions. His work ethics and energy were unquestionable, and he has got a great cricketing knowledge, and I think he might even be a very good coach for future times. With his point 27, he refers that there was blatant racism, and that you would have been ostracized if you made any mention of it. And he refers there that it was seen with the fitness trainer Morne Castellane. Now, in response to that, we can unfortunately not agree with the blatant racism part, but if we look at the fitness protocols that we have in place, everybody is screened and everybody is tested with that. We've also seen that Cricket South Africa have given quite a lot of protocols to the fitness guys, so that if guys do not adhere to the fitness levels, that they will not be eligible for selection. So we strongly disagree the statement of racism, but we do say that we would actually strive to be the fittest team on the park, and that we have always been. I think everybody acknowledged in South African cricket that since Adrian Leroux, which then became the strength and conditioning coach of the Proteas, he was here previously, before he got that appointment, we certainly were the fittest team in South Africa for quite a long time. The example that Eddie uses about Sean Whitehead is unfortunate because Sean Whitehead is not a contracted player, or was not at the time. Sean was an academy player that just attended nets to assist the professional side. Sean was a left arm spinner that was still at school at the time. He did his schooling at St. Andrew's School in Bloemfontein, and he attended nets on an ad hoc basis. And so if he refers to him on fitness protocol, most probably Sean wouldn't have passed the fitness protocols, but he wasn't part of the group and he was only on an invite only. The referral on Karabu Mogotsi, he said that we referred him to the AA. Unfortunately, is not correct. Karabu had a disciplinary hearing for arriving at a game under the influence of alcohol. The person dealt with the assistance of SACA, and the recommendations from SACA, if I can just strengthen your knowledge about SACA, that is the South African Cricket Association, and also recommended that we refer Karabu for intervention to Dr. Pierre de Vinel, and to see if he could assist with Karabu in his current situation. So nowhere did we ever refer Karabu's situation to the AA. As a matter of fact, we tried to see how we could assist him, and that was done with the assistance of SACA as well as my board. Point 30, we also disagree with Latanda Manyanda being labelled by the team and management as an alcoholic. The franchise serves the game of cricket and would never ever tarnish any player or infringe on their rights. Point 31, Eddie refers that I saw him at Monte Casino. Yes, that is in the case. I know that Nicky Bier was preparing the team. Nicky was the coach at the time, and we actually performed very poorly, and up till that stage. So when I saw Eddie in the lift tonight, I called Nicky Bier and inquired why the team had a weekend off if we are not performing well. And I think on that, Nicky most probably did phone Eddie and ask where he was, but I mean, solely that was for the coach, and there was no intention or malicious intent from myself towards Eddie, but rather to find out what the team was doing in that case. On point 32...
Can I just ask a question?
Sure.
He says,
of course, Mr.
He says there, they tried to give me a warning letter for taking time out. I mean, do you have a way of establishing what he means by saying they tried? Did you intimate to him that he was going to get a warning letter, or is there a way in which you can explain what he means or what he wants to convey by that?
Under what point is that, Mr. Chair?
It's in paragraph 31 of his affidavit, and that is it would be page 8 and top of the page 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, that's the line. They tried to give me a warning letter for taking time out. They say I left my place of work again as a law student. I knew how illegal this was, and I contested it.
Yeah, I think if we take that situation as it's said there, it most probably would have been the team management.
Okay.
That would have. And if it was that Eddie was away without permission, they most probably would have given him or said to them that they would give him a warning letter. I wouldn't have thought of that, Mr. Chair, but what I can say is that the intention from our side, from my side, was not to find out if he was illegally there. It was to find out why is the preparation of the team not going ahead. Because Eddie in the lift that the team was off for the weekend. And that was the thing that I took up there. Once again, what happened with the team management, most probably Nikki did phone him and ask him his whereabouts. And if he did make a contribution that he would be a warning letter, I'm not sure if that happened. It definitely didn't happen, but I don't know if he threatened him with a warning letter.
Yes, thanks, Mr. Faniari.
Thank you.
Yeah, you can go on.
Under point 32 or paragraph bullet 32, the reports of why he wasn't playing, you could see clearly in 2017-18 and 18-19 difference that he had on statistical results of playing. Now, he would have always been, and probably still is, a very good one-day player, but he performed not very good in the three-day competition. So he was omitted from the night's players, and it wasn't, it was done by, we've got an independent selectors committee, which consisted of the captain, the coach, and also the chairman of conveners. Pretty much the same as what Cricket South Africa have, we have got in place. So at that I have got reports from both Mr. Terry Botha, which was the convener of the selectors, and also from Mr. Rafiq Ismail, which was the convener of the selectors for the Free State team. And their contribution that they made, they made their discussions and performances on what Eddie brought to the team. So we strongly disagree with the fact that it was a personal issue and daggers were out for him, and that was the reason why he was not selected. I have sent all those statistical results, and that is part of the mission that we made. We can go through those, but you can clearly see from a cricketing point of view that Eddie's results in the last year was not as good as his first year with the franchise.
Now, I'm just trying to find the annexures 1, 2, and 3 that you referred to.
It's quite a lengthy annexures there, Mr. Chair. The first one would have been the first season, 17-18. Then the second one was for the 18-19 season.
Okay, yeah, well, perhaps let's, we'll come back to that paragraph because I will probably by then have had sight of what is in those annexures. Yes.
In paragraph 30, it refers that it was excluded from practicing. Now, the norm is if you prepare for a game and you're not in the starting 11 or 12, then you would go practice with the rest of the squad. Now, our squad is normally 17, 18 players. So when they do match preparation and the final team have been announced, it will only be that team that attend practices of the nights and not the whole squad. And at the time, we still had a double system. You had the professional system, which was the Knights, which competed against 5 other teams. And then you had the Free State side that played. So if you did not make the professional Knight side, you would have then been expected to go practice at the Free State side. And just to make it easier, it most probably would be the second side compared to the Knights being the first side. So if he was excluded from practices with the team, that would have been because of match preparation, and that is preferably what, and I think all the coaches around the country, so it's not a thing that it's only because it was Eddie Lee that he was left out of practices. But when they do team-specific practices for games, then it would be only the team going ahead. Part of that, he also refers to Corne Dry, that went to spend time with his wife on holiday. That did happen, Mr. Chair. He got married the week before. He actually asked for permission in the beginning of the season, and he was on honeymoon with his wife. So he refers to that as a racist thing while blacks were busy being slaves. The other guys got on holiday. The reason why the holiday was granted was that he was on maternity leave, but he was on honeymoon at the time. So we definitely distance ourselves from the statement that Mr. Lee has made there. Point 33.
What did you understand? I'm sorry, Mr. Fan. What did you understand by him saying blacks were busy being slaves? I see that in your response you quite disagree with that very statement, but what did you understand him to be referring to, and why he felt black people were being made slaves? Strong words, you will agree with me, and I would need your understanding of what you think he was saying.
I think if we refer to Sean, what is Sean's surname? We'll just go back to bullet thing. Sean Whitehead. I read that in the same where Sean was treated differently than the black players because of fitness, and also because Corne Dry is a white player, and that he was given time off. So I took the two as he says blacks were being busy being slaves. That meaning that they were training, and yet the two guys didn't fulfill first the protocol one in Sean Whitehead, and secondly that Corne Dry was given time off to go on his honeymoon. And that's how, Mr. Chair.
Oh yes, yeah.
Mr. Van Heerden?
Yes.
How would you describe the treatment of black and white players in the union, that are part of the union?
The process of fitness and practices are very clear. We get a program, a monthly program set out where all white, black, colored, doesn't matter, they all work on exactly the same program. There would be personalized timing that you would do fitness evaluations. So when they go to the fitness trainer, just to make sure that he could fit in everybody, they won't come in there at the same time at 10 o'clock. They most probably have each got a half an hour, and he would schedule them through the day to come in and practice on their times. So those two incidents, Corne wouldn't have practiced, and Sean wasn't part of the group. So if you refer to those two, they most probably would have been different. And yes, they were both white players, but all the players are treated exactly the same on the schedule given by the fitness trainers.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Van Heerden, because what Eddie kept highlighting during his submissions was this sort of specialized treatment for white players, as he also makes reference to in his affidavit. And I know that in, for example, with paragraph 27, where he says there's blatant racism in the Free State, you denied it, but you didn't really expand on why you deny that.
If we look at 27, it says if you dare talk about it, you would be ostracized. Now, I'm nowhere in the top, he was here for 2 years. Was there ever any case lodged with anybody? So it is a statement made which I cannot really judge or take any further. It then refers on to Morné Castellane. Now, Morné Castellane would have had a program where each and every player would have fall under a certain timing of to go and do these exercises. So in the 2 years that Morné was in charge while Eddie was also here, I was totally unaware of any different treatment towards black players than any of the other players.
Stefan Jordan, I'm not sure if you read that paragraph correctly, that paragraph 27. His concern there is how do you come to the conclusion that white players do more work than black players when you are not even there?
Sorry, I could not hear you clearly.
No, I'm saying his support for blatant racism is informed by the fact that there's always a judgment that black players are not doing more work, and those who are doing more work, it's white players. And that is always not informed by the facts.
Yeah, on a monthly basis, we would receive, the board would receive, let's say, evaluation of all the players. So all 18 players under contracts would know that if you do your 2.4 kilometer run, then you need to do it within 8.5 minutes. So that report comes through, and it's the strength and conditioning. It's also your skin folds. It's how quickly you do the bleep testing. So it's a whole battery of testings that would be done, and each and every player had to fulfill in those obligations at the end of the month to be eligible to be selected to play. And those things have come through from the management team to the board, and we've seen it on a monthly basis. So there wasn't any discrimination on players. The only players that would not have been selected was those that didn't qualify in the fitness evaluations. And none of those players in our squad were actually not eligible because of fitness. And that's why I'm sure that I can respond to that everybody. So Eddie Lee wasn't left out of the team because of fitness evaluation. Not at all. He was one of the fittest players there. Does that make sense?
It does, but it will make sense insofar as it relates to him that he was not left out. But his bone of contention there is the fact that Morné Castellane does not come to a training, but is in a position to determine who works more than the other. And it so happened that those people who work harder would be the white players and not the black players. And how does that happen?
Yeah, I hear your question. Unfortunately, I would not attend those gym sessions in the morning, so I wouldn't know if there was any wrongdoing from Morné's side. And also, it's not that it does everybody at the same time. I wouldn't be able to comment on that, unfortunately.
So you didn't speak to Morné when you were giving an answer on paragraph 27?
Morné is no longer with the franchise. He left the employment about a year and a bit back. So, I can speak to Morné for whatever it's worth, but he won't respond back to me now on these matters. So it would be far better if a player has got an incident that he can give forward to us, and we can follow up on that, and I would gladly do so.
Do you know it as a fact, or otherwise, that Monet never trained these guys in the morning at gym? But however, that was the position, as he claims there. Monet would be, for some reason, be able to establish, as he puts it here, that white players did more work than black players. What I want to find out is whether you know it to have been so that Monet didn't do training of the squad.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, no, I wouldn't be able to comment on if Monet did it differently for white players than black players. All I can say is at the end of the month, we'll have a report to say what was the training schedules and who attended what. So, no, we never picked up anything of that nature, Mr. Chair.
Yes. So no complaint was made at the time about this trend, which now Eddie is bringing to my attention because there is this process. In other words, you have no record where in the past there was a complaint by people like Monet about, people like Eddie about the training methods of Mr. Monet Castelli.
We haven't received anything in the 2 years that Eddie was with us, not from him or from any other player, white or black, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Mr. Yeah, you can proceed, Mr. Fernandez.
Thank you very much. I can't remember at which bullet point you were. I think it was 32. Is that correct, Mr. Chair?
Yeah, it was 32. You remember where we were dealing with where he had said, and you were strongly disagreeing with the phrase that he used, that blacks were busy being slaves. Yes. Yeah.
The incident with, that is quite right, that Kone was released, but as I've indicated again, that we get, that would be the board of directors receive a training schedule with all the results from the players. So that is what the board evaluated. So unfortunately, once again, we come back to the previous one. We have had absolutely no indication from anybody that black players were treated differently than others. The following point is rather concerning to me because he stipulates that the way that he was treated in the 2 years had him to see a neurologist and also to go see the same doctor that we referred Tandi to. But that was the practice from SACA that we would always utilize Dr. Pierre Devine now to look after them. But if there was a player that needed assistance in any of those areas, up till today, I don't even know who Dr. Van Niekerk is. I've never heard anything about him in Bloemfontein, nor did Eddie refer that he did go see the doctor. I don't doubt that he did. I believe he did. But nowhere did he come into my office. And I had numerous discussions with Eddie over the 2 years. And not once did he mention anything that he was seeing a psychiatrist or doctor to cope with the pressures and the racism within Bloemfontein. So unfortunately, I can't comment more on that as just that it took me by surprise because I was totally not aware of that. He also refers that he was depressed within the team and that his teammates did not see it. at the time, you know, it's difficult if you're in a team setup and there's certain players that would make you feel uncomfortable or make you feel that you were severely depressed and you needed medication for that. We could only help a person if that would become aware that we can actually assist him. And that's what we've done with all players. We've put them on programs to help with the likes of Dr. Pierre de Vinel. She's accredited psychologist, sports psychologist, by Cricket South Africa as well as SACA. So it comes to a surprise for me that Eddie would refer to that, and yet we have got a program in place, and he also utilized Pierre de Vinel. And then it would be registered and a report would be forthcoming to the board. And unfortunately, I cannot respond because I never saw any of that visits or recommendations by the doctor. So I'm afraid I'm a little bit in the dark there, as Eddie did it on his own and it wasn't through a formalized program.
And Mr. Van Heerden, your expectation of Eddie is that he has got a psychological problem, but according to you, he must think in the way that you are suggesting. Because as I see here, Eddie, whatever he did, he went to the doctor, and then having gone to the doctor, who is now in Qatar, he was also assisted by SACA. So you say you've never been aware, even SACA did not let you know about psychological problems that Eddie had.
You're breaking up again, but if we're referring to bullet point 33,
yes.
I see a neurologist, Dr. Fanika.
Yes.
He's not part of a panel accredited by Cricket South Africa nor SACA. And never did Dr. Fanika contacted the central franchise to say that, listen, we have a problem with Eddie and see how we can assist him. So if it would have gone through the normal channels that SACA as well as Cricket South Africa and the Central Cricket franchise have established, we would have been aware of that. And hence we didn't even know that he did go and see the doctor.
At what point did you know about him having seen the doctor?
When I read it in his affidavit.
Okay.
Yes, Mr. Fernand. We're in paragraph 33, were we not?
Yep, we've just finished it now.
Yes.
All right, bullet point number 34.
Yeah.
The academy players not paid. I don't know if you've got annexure 4, the photos of the accommodation that Eddie refers to, Mr. Chair.
Yes, my assistant is trying to locate them so that I can be on par with everybody.
Now,
Do we have, just a minute, Mr. Faneda. Do we have all the annexures here? Okay. Would there be annexure 4? About accommodation.
We can also defer that to get all the statistics.
Where can these be found, these annexures? Because
can I proceed, Mr. Chair?
Mr. Fanny, I am quite keen that we find these annexures. A document that has just been put before me has the statistics, but I don't, because annexure 4 is seeking to speak to a picture
The accommodation that is
Yes.
situated at Mediation. Yes.
do we have it anyway?
We do have it. but
Can we take a 5-minute adjournment
Sure.
so
Thank
that
you.
I can get, I mean, otherwise I won't be able to follow.
I'm happy with that. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, we'll take a 5-minute adjournment whilst I get the annexures that are referred to in your statement or affidavit. We will adjourn for 5 minutes and we will reassemble at 5 to 11. I think we have got the annexures now, at least the ones that he's talking to.
Recording in progress.
Okay. Yeah. We are resuming and we are at paragraph 34. Not knowing anything or not being the wiser when it comes to these modern ways of doing things, I was asking from our IT specialists here whether it was not possible to project what you are testifying to by way of annexures on the screen by splitting the screen. And I shouldn't have asked that because I was exposing my own ignorance. Then they began to say to me, no, it can't be done, A, B, C, D, and E. But I do have, we do have the annexure, which would probably be annexure 4. On the first page, there is obviously a color indication of some kind of accommodation, and at the top there is shower, and then there is the next page, it shows a fridge and some other, and I think some cooking utensils. And then, yeah, if we could go through that, Mr. Van Heerden, and you can take us through that, because in 34, yeah, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If we have a look at the photos, and if you ask me, would I advertise accommodation like that? Absolutely, I wouldn't. Those kids came in there, and those were kids that didn't get an academic contract. Now, we have to make a differentiation between professional cricketers and still youngsters trying to get into a cricketing system where they would be paid for playing cricket. We have got, with Cricket South Africa, 5 bursaries that we award to academy players, which would assist them with future studies at all our institutions. That would be the Central University of Technology, which is called CUT, and also Free State University. But some of those kids will still not be on that level that they would get a bursary with either of those institutions. The time that those accommodations were renovated was when the academy coach at the time was a guy called Dylan de Preer, which is now assistant coach to the women's Protea team. And he requested for us to assist. I think it was 3 boys that he requested for us to assist on a short term to see can't get them into the university. And obviously you need to do applications to the university to see if they would grant them bursaries, and then if we can assist in the meantime to accommodate the kids, because they were coming not from Bloemfontein, they were most probably from Bethlehem and Kroonstad and places that wouldn't have been able to, that they would travel in for the day and back. So when Dylan requested that from Free State Cricket then used the old gym at the downstairs Western Pavilion and revamped it into accommodation. but not as permanent accommodation. It was solely to assist the players for a short term to see if they would qualify to get contracts. Obviously, those accommodation is not 5-star, but they had TVs, they had brand new beds in. It was very neat at the time when they moved in. Part of the arrangement was that they would have to upkeep it themselves, not upkeep, but to clean it, because it wouldn't have been a serviced area. So at the time, they had DSTV connected, they had brand new beds, they had a small little kitchen that would help them along, and then also they would have showers and toilets, which obviously is not something that I would pride ourselves in, that we give accommodation to kids of that nature. That's definitely not the thing. And subsequent to after the kids for short term moved out, we have never utilized those accommodation any further. As a matter of fact, they're standing as is. These photos weren't taken lately. Those were the photos when the kids were in. So that would have been taken about 2.5 years back. And the photos were supplied to Free State Cricket by the Academy coach Dylan de Priya at the time.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. You can proceed then to the next point.
Before
we do that,
I just wanted to get a point. I know that I know they say this is not a 5-star. It's not even a star. Well, let's not even go to the 5 part of it. When was this, and for what purpose was it included in your submission? When was the photos? When were these photos taken? And what was the purpose for you to put them as part of your submission?
That most probably was in 2019, and the photos were taken by the players themselves. And that's where the complaint arrived from in 2019. So the complaint didn't arrive from Eddie. This was from the players that they complained to say that they were not happy with the accommodation provided. And so at the time, it then went to the board, and the board said, yes, they agree that they don't want kids to stay underneath the stadium. But yet it was an interim thing. It is not something that the union would ever advertise to say, yes, we say that the kids need to stay, and it was an interim solution for that 6 months rather than it was definitely just to try and help them to get to the next stage.
So trying to help people to go in the next stage, then that means that they must go and stay in the basement because you are helping them.
Apologies?
By helping people, then you must make them to stay in these conditions.
Yes, no, that our board also said that, we're not allowed to do. Although they could watch TV, live sport, follow their dreams, and be at the stadium where they didn't have to pay transport to get to nets and things like that. It was something that happened. I'm not very proud of it, absolutely not. But it's something that happened, and it wasn't done in any malicious intent. As a matter of fact, it was done to see how we can help them to the next stage of their life. Apology?
And all these players who were staying here were black players, right?
I don't think there was a white player in there. No, I can't say that.
And you mentioned TV for the second time in your statement. What does TV help in the conditions? If you are living in a particular condition, what is this relevance of watching TV?
No, it was solely mentioned for the thing that they had a DSTV bouquet where they could follow international cricket on that. And it was also where they could be in Bloemfontein without transport costs, without anything like that, and they could see they could make a career being cricket. So it was most probably a mistake from Free State side to try and help them. But it was never meant in a bad way. It was meant to see how we can get the kids to the next level.
Mr. Van Heerden? So currently, you were saying that the accommodation is no longer available at this stage.
Apologies?
Are there still, black players that live in the storerooms? Are there still black players that are living in the storerooms, or was it only that particular year of 2019?
It was in a storeroom. It's the old gym. So there was already facilities where the guys practiced. So the practice facility was moved to another area. And that area was then developed into 3 bedrooms with partitioning walls. So it was fairly private, I would say, but obviously not 5-star accommodation. And it was done by the request of the academy coach to see how he can assist players for a short term get to the next level. So that was the intention of it. Have we ever thought that it was the best solution? Most probably not. And I think that's why, looking at those photos and not, when I say TV in the sense, it's not that it was a storeroom. It was somehow made into living accommodations. Not that we want to pride ourselves in it, not at all. We feel that it wasn't meant for them to just be dumped in a storeroom, because that's not the purpose of the whole exercise.
Mr. Van Heerden, do you now acknowledge what Eddie states in his affidavit, that he was depressed when he was in Bloemfontein, and one of the things that were depressing him is seeing how these black players were living?
Yes, I can fully understand that. If I was a player, I would have also felt that way. In Eddie's case, Eddie didn't live there. Eddie had a flat which was rented by the franchise. It's the professional set, which wasn't at the stadium. He was about 3 or 4 kilometers away, but it's different for Eddie as he was a professional player earning quite a lot of money, so he would have been able to pay his accommodation at the different venue.
Yes, Mr. Van Heerden. If you could proceed.
He then says that he parted ways with the Knights in 2019, and then it brings us to the money issues, and that still remains a concern to me, Mr. Chairman. I have gone through all the payments made to Eddie in the last 2 years, and I have requested that part of his affidavit, that there was a letter stating that he had correspondence between himself and the Central Cricket franchise on certain payments that weren't made to him. Now, I still haven't got any of that letter, so I wouldn't be able to now give you feedback on what he says, that he wasn't paid for his for certain of the payments that he says was due to him. Now, there was 3 payments that he highlights. It was payments that was deducted from him on accommodation. It was also a payment of 10,000 Rand, which he the guest speaker at the national seminar in Potchefstroom. And then he says there was another payment due to him. Now, I have gone through the payment list in the last 2 years, and apart from the monies that he received from SACA, as well as the CT20 that was paid out, I don't see that any other monies were paid into his account. So if those incidents were correct, then it would seem that we would owe him the money. the 10,000 rand, although there was vast amount of monies made, which was due to him through our pay system. So it's not that the pay system was incorrect or wrong. If he was then out of our employ and the monies were paid by SACA or Cricket South Africa, not knowing that he has gone forward to another franchise, then it's due to him. So he talks about the 10,000 rand and also another payment that he was a guest speaker from. I cannot trace it onto our payment system. But then, once again, Cricket South Africa pay quite a lot of amounts into us. So if it's not reflected there as a lease payment, it would just be part of the pool lying there. So if I can get that letter that he addressed to the union or to the franchise, and I think he most probably would have addressed it to the previous financial manager, which was Herman Bakkes, then I can investigate monies that were paid and due to him. Unfortunately, in the current state, I cannot trace any monies that's due to him.
Who is Mr. Herman Bakkes and what was he in the...
Herman Bakkes was financial manager for the central franchise, and he would have done the payroll and the personnel management of the franchise players. He has left our employ 2 years back. So, for me to ask, I can't ask him now if he's aware of any of that. He's no longer with us, and he left employ under some difficult circumstances, and there was a fraudulent action case against him. So he would not be in a position that he would actually help us try to resolve this. So resolve it for me. If I can get that letter from Eddie, then I can, and that was the request that we made a while back, then I can definitely investigate monies due to Eddie and sort it out from there.
Yes, paragraph 37, I think we are at.
If I may.
Mr. Tom.
Mr. Van Heerden,
Yes, sir.
Eddie says that in paragraph 36 of his statement or affidavit that when the Cricket South Africa on his behalf prompted the franchise about the payment of the money which he had earned from taking part in the Proteas camp for the World Cup, in other words, that seminar, they were told that Eddie owed accommodation. So 2 things. One, he had already left the nights when he conducted that seminar, and when Cricket South Africa pays as per rules, it pays the nights. And then when he then demands the money and involves Cricket South Africa in the process, Cricket South Africa and Mr. Lee are told that he owed accommodation. And that happens when he's not even associated with the Knights at the time. And he says that that is one of the mistreatment that he has received from the Knights, and he surmises that is because of the color of his skin.
Yeah, if you can get the letter where that was communicated, then obviously I can follow up on that. When I go to the payments made to Eddie in the last 2 years that he was part of the union, there was a deduction of 20,000 rand that was made from his account. The 20,000 rand that was made was that when he moved to the province in 2017-18, we pay if he comes over to Bloemfontein, we give him a accommodation allowance to move house and all of that. And then they got to look after their own accommodation. Now, that amount is 20,000 Rand. Now, when I go through the statements now, I see that there was a deduction on his amount for accommodation of 2,500 over 8 months. So that brings me to the 20,000 Rand that was reallocation fees that were paid to Eddie in the first year that he came. The union then took over the accommodation that he hired or where he wanted to stay. So that accommodation was taken over. So he lost the contract for reallocation fee because the union looked after his accommodation. Now, I was part of that, but I can just, when I calculated the 8 months on the 2,500, it came to the 20,000 Rand. So it made sense to me that would have been the amount that was deducted. But yet I haven't seen that letter that he refers to where I can actually go back and see what amounts of money he is referring to and where Cricket South Africa intervened, because I haven't got a date even to go back on to see where it was done. So if I can have that, then surely we can see where the mistake came in, if there was, and then address it accordingly.
Yes. If you could proceed then, Mr. to paragraph 37. It's 38 and 39. 39. Would that be?
Just on point 36 as well as 37. Before he even arrived to Bloemfontein, Eddie in a social media thing mentioned that he's not looking forward to come to Bloemfontein because it's a tired place. So that was even before he went or came to Bloemfontein. Now, obviously for a guy that grew up in Joburg and that, Bloemfontein is most probably a far different place. The whole social life is different than that to Joburg. So somehow I just feel if Eddie with a more open mind, maybe his enjoyment for the town wouldn't be as bad as what he experienced at the end. Because I can understand now that he was very unhappy. He didn't want to be here. I must say it's not something that was deliberately done because of Eddie that was a little bit outspoken or things like that. Not at all. As a matter of fact, I actually enjoyed the discussions we've had with him, and he's got a great cricket sense and great cricket knowledge. So I think he can mean quite a lot for the game going forward. In point 39, to this day, the money for the week I did help the protest with. Once again, the same. If I've got the detail in that regard, we can have a look at it. The challenge that I might have is that the franchise which employed Eddie at the time have now been resolved because of the new domestic restructure from Cricket South Africa. So the Central Cricket franchise, as we knew it at the time, obviously is now non-existing anymore. But I mean, if monies are due to him, I will definitely take it back to the previous board and see how we can address it. So I think the whole thing for me would start with having the letter and correspondence so that I can assist in the matter.
Mr. Van Heerden?
Yes, ma'am.
We will continue to bring this to Eddie's attention. We have tried to make contact with him regarding the documents that you request, so we will be in touch with you. I just want to ask you, in your opinion, would you say that black players are happy in Bloemfontein?
No.
Did you hear my question, Mr. Van
I
Heerden?
think he has answered.
Yes, I did. I said no. I don't believe so.
Why is that the case?
Because if we have a look at the amount of players that we had, and here we have Eddie Lee that complained about behavior, and Tandi, which we most probably will get to, which was 10 years prior to Eddie. We've had so many back players coming through here, and so many of them really enjoy it and have really improved their cricket to such an extent that they would play for the Proteas. We've got a team set which I believe is culturally wise the best setup in the whole of South Africa, and it's quite phenomenal that we have not won more trophies than what we are competing for. So I don't believe that. I've got players in the setup now, Budaza, Grant have left now back to Titans because he's moved back to his family. So I really can't see, even Wandile Makwetu said how happy he is in Bloemfontein, and even after Wandi had an extremely difficult time losing his dad and that, and just the support he found out of the Bloemfontein and his teammates. So if you ask me, no, I don't believe so. I believe there's a situation where in Bloemfontein, your social life is most probably far different than any other province or any other city in South Africa. You know, if you love to be at the sea or coast, you're going to find it difficult in Bloemfontein. There's not much to do, but from here, our facilities are fantastic. The net practices are good. So if your purpose are here to come to Bloemfontein to get yourself back into the Protea team, this would be a perfect spot to make it happen. So I cannot agree with the stance of Eddie, that I can see that he's now had some troubled times in here, and it's bad. It's not nice to know that. I'm very sorry that he didn't feel the confidence to come into my office and come and have a chat, although he was in my office quite a lot of times. But I must say, it's sad to hear that, but I don't believe that black players are discriminated against.
What comment would you make to paragraph 50 of his statement? I know that you didn't go that far, but paragraph 50 of his affidavit.
50.
Yeah, where he says, I express my views regarding my treatment as a black player and other black players. And in the interim, I'm radioactive in the cricket circles. No one wants to touch me because I'm hard to manage, apparently. So my career is well on its way out. Its way to be cut short. My province, in the form of Northwest signed people that are not even best players, but that's the price I am paying at the moment. It is not easy, but it is hard. Now, I'm sure you would have a view about the justification for his stated views about chances of black players generally. But what is as a person who has been involved in management and Eddie?
Your view on Eddie is that I think he's, in the shorter version, he's still got a lot to offer the game. He did not do well in the longer version of the cricket. I think he could have actually played in both those formats. For him to have cut short his career, Eddie was always looking for Bloemfontein to re-establish himself as a Protea player, and that didn't happen. The concerning bit for me is that he was living in Bloemfontein, but somehow he was always wanted to be somewhere else. Maybe he didn't want to be in Bloemfontein. Playing wise and energy wise and practice wise, you cannot fault Eddie. Eddie was a wonderful athlete and a guy that actually did whatever was expected from him. his stats on the last year was not good. His stats was bad, and that's why he was dropped out of the team compared to the previous year and compared to his stats up till that stage. So, for me, Eddie can still contribute. I don't think maybe Eddie is somebody that will, on the playing field will do it anymore. But I think that he can be somebody that you can look at as a coach, as a mentor to younger players, and I think he's got quite a lot to add to the game of cricket.
Well, as far as Eddie is concerned, I think we have had a fair examination of what he says and what your responses are, which leaves us with Tandi Chabalala, who is one of the people that you wanted to talk about. Are you ready to get to Tandi Chabalala?
Yes. If you give me a minute, Mr. Chair, just get that file out.
Yeah, no, take your time.
Thank you very much. All right, I'm ready for you, Mr. Chair.
Yes. I don't know if you can follow your format because it has been quite helpful for us to follow you. There is a document dated the 11th of August 2021 addressed to Mr. Sandile July, in which you deal with Mr. Chabalala. The floor is yours, Mr. Fanier, and you can deal with it any how you want to do so, bearing in mind what you have provided to us.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to start off the thing, just to have a clarity on the employment of Tandi Chabalala, he was employed by the Central Cricket franchise. And if we go back into the domestic structure of South African cricket, the Central franchise belonged to both Free State and Northern Cape. And at that time, it was a Northern Cape. It was Griqualand West Cricket Board. So the two shareholders were looking after the Central Cricket franchise. So Tandi was employed by CCF and not Free State Cricket. It's a minor thing. It's just to put the record straight onto that. The then elected board members were 30% from Northern Cape and 50% from Free State. So, and that is also still till last year when Eddie played for the franchise, the board would not have been only Free State. It's a board that belongs to both Northern Cape and Free State. But it's just an academical thing, but it's maybe good to know and understand. If we refer back to Tandi's thing, and must say it's been quite a long time back, and it was difficult for me to get all the information, as I was then just sort of starting at Free State. So some of Tandi's career was before I took over as CEO, but I'll try and cover as best as possible. I don't know if we have to go through the report that I have drawn up, Mr. Chair, so you've got to guide me here. I'm not sure where I should start with Tandi, or is there certain bullet points that you want to start and then to see how I can comment on that?
I don't know if your response of the 11th of August 2021 is what you consider is what should guide. Yeah.
If you would allow me, then I'll try and do that, Mr. Chair, and if I'm out on something, please, you can refer me back to any point, and then I can see how I can answer you.
Yes.
If I have to go through his affidavit on page 7, bullet head number 24.
Yes.
Sarel Cillier succeeded Corrie. And as we all know, that Corrie and Tandi had a very good relationship. I think Corrie van Zyl mentored Tandi from a very early beginning. I know that Corrie also identified Tandi while he was still at school. And Tandi was at school in Welkom. He was in St. Dominic's, if I can recall correctly. And I know that Tandi was approached by Great College Bloemfontein to come to Bloem, but he wasn't keen on that. So he stayed in Welkom for the rest of his school career, but yet Corrie has already seen him. When Sarel took over from Corrie, I know that the players that they wanted actually to let the board fire Sarel and appoint another player because they felt that looking after the well-being and the cricket knowledge of the players. So in his point 24, he says that occasioned by the poor leadership of the part of Sarel. That is just the background of where it came from. So he compared Sarel to Corrie, and that was where I think things started for Tandi differently than what happened to him prior to Sarel taking over. The report from Sarel Cillier goes from the 26th to the 27th of October. And in that time, Sarel just said that he could not work with Tandi, and he had there was a team revolt. A revolt maybe is far too harsh a word, but the team were not happy with the behavior of Tandi at the time, and they laid an official complaint. And there was a report from Sarel. There was a report from Adrian Leroux, which was then fitness trainer of the Knights, or the Eagles, and later became the Knights. There was also a report from the team physiotherapist. There was also a report from Morne van Wyk. So all of those reports indicated that Tandi was not being a team player, and that he tried to force down certain issues of its own onto the team and onto the management. The reports received from and the complaints received from the team management then escalated by a letter from myself to the board of Central Cricket Franchise. That board now belongs to both Free State Cricket and Northern Cape. And in that meeting, the board then decided that, yes, Tandi needs to have an intervention on his behavior. And once again, that was referred then to Dr. Pierre de Vienel. Now, if we take this, most probably happened in October 2010, then you can imagine how long Dr. Pierre de Vienel have been part of the Players Association and SACA. So Pierre does come a long way with looking after the well-being of players within the setup. I then had a discussion with Tandi in my office, and he requested me to intervene between him and the team, which I did. but unfortunately, Tandi had some issues with the team setup, and that could not have been cleared on the first discussions. Saka was then also pulled in, and all those things were referred back to the board, where the board then decided that they're not going to renew Tandi's contract to go forward with the Knights. And that, in short, Mr. Chair, is the summary that I could make, but I would gladly take any questions referring to specific bullet heads that Tandi has addressed, and see if that's maybe just as a starting point, that we can just see how we can start the communication.
Now, you refer in point 3 of your response to Chabalala's behavior, which unfortunately did not change. Now, as far as you are aware, what was it in his conduct that seemed to offend the cricket union of the Free State and Northern Cape, or those who were in authority, the nature of which leads you to say, unfortunately, his conduct or behavior did not change, which is why the board did not offer him a new contract. If you could just expatiate on that for my own understanding.
I'll try my best, Mr. Chair. There was a discussion meeting between Tandi, Chabalala and myself, which was on the 28th of October 2010 at 10 o'clock in the morning. And I informed him in that meeting that there was an official complaint against him, and I asked him if he could tell me more. I have included this as part of the presentation. The response then was, last week against the Titans, I realized I crossed the line when I aggressively addressed my fellow players for misfields. I then chatted to the captain and Mackie that he refers to there is Ryan McLaren, and the situation was resolved. I then said to him the previous game against the Lions, told me what happened then. He said, I always have a go against Paul Harris. Paul Harris was the player that played for the Titans. He was a spin bowler, and he was actually on the national level, was now playing ahead of Tandi Chabalala. So in the context of that, Tandi would have challenged Paul as a player to see if he wasn't better than him, or if he could put Paul under pressure. And I lost my head and I got stumped. I can't recall the game, but I remember what happened, that he ran down the wicket and he got stumped playing against Paul Harris. And then shortly after that, the game was called off. I asked him if there was anything else that happened in the game of importance. He said nothing else. I then asked him, was he not called in by the match referee, Mr. Sarel, for swearing at his own players? His response was, yes, he forgot about that. And then I asked him about the practice game the week after that, and then the incident happened once again with Ryan McLaren and a guy called Romano Blanche, and where he had also verbally abused Romano in the wicket. Then there was a bit of a confrontation on the field. Then after all these incidents, I said to him, if he realized that this is actually something that could be related, and he should know that he can't carry on that way, and he should have respect for his fellow players and officials, and that they at this stage don't want him part of the system anymore. And that is why there was a official complaint against him. He requested me to intervene, which I did with the team and also with the players. But somehow the relationship between him and the players just never got back on track. And it could be always say that, yes, it wasn't it both ways. Maybe it was, maybe it wasn't. But he was then officially charged, and there was a disciplinary hearing that was dealt with. SACA got involved, and the SACA CEO at the time was Tony Irish, and Tony also said that the first thing would be to see if we can't help a guy like Tandi and see if through intervention from Dr. Dumisa and with any programs that we could put him on, that he would then get a player. And also to sort of temper his temperament and maybe definitely a bit of an anger management, see if you can't assist Tandi with those. He was then enrolled onto a program with Pierre de Vienel, and after the second time that he didn't pitch for the interview with Dr. Pierre de Vienel, a report came to the board. Now, this all happened, say, October, November, and the contracts normally end for players at the end of April. So from the 1st of May every year, you'll have new contracts. So when the board sat down at the end of January looking at the contracts, it was then recommended not to give Tandi a contract going forward. So that call were made by the board, consisting of Northern Cape as well as Free State, not to renew Tandi Chabalala's contract for the Knights.
Do you know if it had anything to do with what others had found to be a flaw in his character, namely attending meetings late or being late for meetings, or that was just one of many other complaints that were considered that influenced him not getting his contract renewed?
Sorry, Mr. Chair,
I'm sorry, Mr. Van Heerden. I read here that some of the complaints by several people, on one occasion it would be by Sarel, Cillier, and on another occasion it would be by somebody else, Adrian Leroux, but there was something common in their complaints, and that was what they saw as a tendency on the part of Tandi to arrive late at practices and warm-up sessions. Now, I don't know whether in your knowledge or your understanding of the issues that confronted or led to Tandi's contract not being renewed, whether that was primary amongst them or it was just one of many other complaints against him.
Yeah, I think when you lose a contract like Tandi did, it is not only one situation, it is the behavior, and know that Tandi was a Free State. He grew up in the Free State, so he was part and parcel of the culture of the team set up, and he's been part of that for 7-8 years. So with that rule, it was just that that the whole team said that they would rather want to play without Tandi than with him, and that is what came through to the when the selection panel and the board looked at the new squad for the following season. They thought that he was not the right guy to go with. So it's not a question that they chased him away in half the year, or that they informed him that his contract will not be renewed, and they do not seek part with him going forward. Tandi, one or two issues prior to that, he also had an incident where he walked into the offices of an attorney and demanded certain things. I have got that document, and that was also part of it. So it wasn't a once-off incident that affected the decision on the future of a guy like Tandi. It was something that built up through a period of 2 years to make the call that it would be better to part ways with Tandi.
Yeah.
Yes,
Mr. Tom.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Van Heerden, what do you make of Tandi's right at the beginning of his affidavit in relation to his experience in facing cricket? What do you make of the involvement or the role that Sarel Cillier played in Tandi's rather cricketing demise, or demise in his cricketing career? Were those complaints that the players had raised against Mr. Cillier legitimate? Is he wrong in saying that contributed to his demise?
There was a couple of complaints against Sarel, and you got to realize that it was not only Tandi, it was other players as well. There was a guy called CJ Villiers, and also in that group was Ryan McLaren, and the complaint went to the board, and the board evaluated the situation with Sarel, and then there was a letter received from SACA, where SACA said that they are handling the complaint against Sarel Cillier from the players, and that was presented to the board of the Central Cricket franchise. Now, in the board, they have appointed Mark Fletcher, which was an attorney from Kimberley, as the chairman of the disciplinary committee at the time for the franchise. So for Central Cricket franchise, Mark Fletcher was the director appointed for disciplinary things. And then there was a meeting with the players and with Sarel, and I was present in that meeting, and the rest of the board, where the board then told the players that they're not going to relieve Sarel of his duties. If there's any player that doesn't feel comfortable going on with the season under Sarel, as Sarel was appointed for a 2-year contract, and this was in his first year. But Sarel was 3 years prior to that. He was the assistant coach with Corrie van Zyl. So Sarel did his apprenticeship under the guidance or under the wing of Corrie van Zyl. Sarel was then 5 years involved with the Knights. And in that time, there was only one guy that then decided that he was not going to continue his cricketing career under Sarel, and that was CJ de Villiers. CJ de Villiers was then given the option that he could actually, he can go, and he left for the Titans. So the contract that the Central franchise had was then not honoured by CJ, and the contract was then declared non-existing, and he could leave. He actually went to Pretoria, and in that same season, he played for the Titans, which was unheard of because he still had to get clearance from a pit. But the province were happy to say that if CJ doesn't find his way to make a cricketing career in under Sarel, then he's more than welcome to go. So that was the decision. So it was not only, it was quite a broad explanation, but it was not only Tandi that felt like that. There was 4 players that were have the same opinion that Sarel won't take their careers forward.
Mr. Van Heerden, were you aware
Yes.
of Tandi's injury? There's an injury he speaks about in paragraph 25 of his affidavit, where he says that on the 3rd line, one of the things that Sarel did to me was force me to play while carrying an injury. His decision was against the doctor's advice or the advice of the team doctor and physiotherapist. Sarel further expected me to drive a car while I was nursing a tendon injury. Was that ever brought to your attention?
Yes, ma'am. If you have a look at the reports from both the physio as well as the fitness trainer, there was a report that they gave when Tandi was in Sri Lanka. He returned with a shoulder injury and not a knee injury. So the knee injury started here in Bloemfontein. And at the time, both the physio, the doctor, were happy with his treatment and thought that he was ready to play. And that was the reasoning behind him that he needs to play. Medically, he was declared fit to play, so he was declared fit for selection, and yet Tandi didn't want to play. And those reports was given by the medical team to the board of directors, and it was just the start of Tandi challenging the situation. So I don't think he was ever forced. If the doctor would not have cleared him to play, if he wasn't fit, he was cleared fit, and so from the team doctor and the physios and that he was declared fit to play.
When he attended the hearings, he did highlight that he still had the injury, and that the fact that he was still in pain when he was forced to play. Does that matter at all?
When he had before the formal hearing.
Yes, the SJN hearings, yes.
And your question was he still injured?
Yes, like he was stating, I hear what you're saying, that the doctors had cleared him to play. His opinion, or what he stated, was that he was still nursing the injury at the time and that he was still injured, but he still had to play.
Yeah, I don't think that the reports at that time, it's been quite a long time back, as I have got it, is that he was declared fit by the medical team and that he could play. And so I'm not sure your question there.
Yeah, because the way that he states in his affidavit as well is that he was targeted by Sarel, and the fact that he was still injured, but he was still forced to play, or still had to play, even though he still complained of the injury, was part of the fact that he was targeted by Sarel, and that was part of the downfall in his career.
And I also see that in the affidavit. I must say I cannot recall that he was from 2,500, but if due to the player himself and he's been declared fit and he doesn't pitch up for games, and that I'm sure that would justify if it happened. I'm not sure. I can't recall back that far, and unfortunately tracing back, we don't keep the records as far back as that. So I wouldn't be able to see if there was a fine imposed on him for 2,500 on his salary. But if he says that, I firmly believe that it could have happened, but it wouldn't have happened if he was injured. It would have been because he did not present himself to play, I would imagine.
Thank you for that. Just the last question. Just the last question, to this. Mr. Van Heerden, I just had one last question. How would you describe the team culture, or the culture in general in Bloemfontein, or the ethos of the union?
Well, I think it's one of those team setups which is a family team setup. We do not have the bright lights and the sea that we can have sort of let people wander off and go swim a bit in the sea and get all their frustrations and things gone. So it's a small community. It's a practice, live for one another and improve your cricket. Do I see a guy like Alan Donald? He's most probably one of the freaks in the whole setup. But do I see that he would, well, he never left because he came back as a coach, but would a player of Victor Mapitsang, which is now the convener of selectors, always to come to Bloemfontein? I see it as a family-orientated, small setup with strong disciplines on field, fitness, being the fittest team and the best fielding team, and combine those skills with batting and bowling to try and win trophies. So if you ask me if there's any other things that would jeopardize the relationship between the players and that, most probably Bloemfontein is not a release valve for the younger kids. It would be more difficult for them to grow up in Bloemfontein than it most probably would be in Joburg or Pretoria or Durban. But I still believe that there's family cultures, values that's in place that make it a team unit. They got to live for one another, yeah, because there's not much other attractions that they can do. So they would have a bride together once a month, the players. We try and assist them, but it's not forced upon them. So obviously COVID in the last 2 years have made it extremely difficult to socialise for the players together, and I think that is also something that Cricket South Africa would need to take cognizance of, and also ourselves to know that players have been under pressure maybe in the last years, and that its prevention could be better than cure at the end of the time. But I believe that, and it's a lovely place to let kids grow up. I've been here now for 20 years. Would I like to live in another place? No, most probably not. If you ask that of any of the other staff members and players and ground staff and that, I think that we're quite a happy family.
Are there any females who are interested in the game of cricket in Bloemfontein across the colour line?
Sorry, Mr. Chair, you broke up.
I was asking if there are any females in Bloemfontein who are interested or participant in the game of cricket, black or white, young or old. What is the state of affairs as far as women's cricket is concerned in Bloem, just generally?
Yeah, first of all, I think women cricket in South Africa have taken a turn, but not only in South Africa, I think internationally it has taken a turn. And we are very fortunate that we have 6 months back established an academy for young ladies, which we've had a old indoor. This is fully funded by by Free State Cricket, so it's not Cricket South Africa. It's not an initiative from there. So I'm very happy to say that from all the schools in the regions, and I'm taking Bethlehem, I'm talking Kroonstad, Welkom, have we, since a year back, where we would have had most probably between 12 and 20 ladies participating in cricket, that number has now risen to close to 100. So we're extremely that we're also transforming into the ladies thing. Our ladies senior team have not been doing great in the last 2 years, and they were demoted to the second division. But yet we have produced 3 Protea players in the last 4 years, and we're looking to expand on that. And at least now we got a feeding system, which we didn't previously have. So I believe in 2 years from now, we will be a force to reckon with again in the women's provincial setup.
Thank you, Mr. Fanere. It has taken longer than we thought it would, but then there was the interruption when we had to take a few minutes in order to find the annexures that you referred to. I cannot thank you enough for having availed yourself to come and do the best you can in dealing with allegations that were made by those who came before us up to this point. And it gives us a sense of balance in approaching some of the things about which there has been testimony before us. And that is largely due to your intervention, clarifying certain areas which, but for your testimony, wouldn't have been as clear or wouldn't have at least answered the questions that were hanging after we had heard your Eddie Lee and everybody else who came from the Free State and testified before us. So thank you very much. Much appreciated.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and for your committee.
We will adjourn until we get the next witness. The next witness is going to be Mr. Hendrik Stradom. He should have been at 11:30. We are now at 12:10. If he could come with immediate effect. Are we ready for the next witness? Or has the witness?
He's not joined yet.
Oh.
Take a 5 minutes journey. I'll just contact him.
All right. 5 minutes, that will take us now to 12:15. Yeah, and we'll run until we run. Can we start?
Yes.
Is Mr. Stradom connected? Mr. Hendrik Stradom, are you connected? Good day.
Good afternoon, sir. How are you?
You're coming very well, coming through very well. Audios are okay. I'm very sorry for this, and you must have been waiting for quite some time. But that's what happens, you know, after a weekend. You know, we run helter-skelter here, there, and everywhere. But I'm pleased that we are now ready to talk. I have your affidavit to which you are going to be speaking, I believe, and you are addressing allegations that were before me made by Mr. Ben Malamba on the one hand, and then by Mr. Roger Telemachus, and I think the last person you deal with, yeah. And after Telemachus, the last person whose issues you are addressing is Ayavuya Muioli. Is that correct?
Correct, sir.
Thank you very much. Just relax. Even though you have every reason to be upset with me because you were told you are going to be starting at 11:30, and here we are now at almost an hour later. Yes, but I hope you will forgive us.
Yeah, no worries, sir.
Yes. Do you have any objection to taking the oath?
No, sir.
Thank you. I'll swear you in so that you know we proceed on that basis. Now, Hendrik Stradom, do you swear that the evidence you are going to give before me is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing else but the truth? And if that is so, please raise your right hand and for the camera and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Thank you very much, sir. I've got people who are assisting me. To my left, I've got Mr. His first name is Sandile, his surname is Tom, and to my right, I have got a lady, Fumisa, her surname is Nele. But by and large, the stage is yours to speak to your affidavit by way of responses to allegations that were made by the people I have indicated. And following your affidavit, you would probably want to deal with Mr. Ben Malamba, and you are on the floor.
Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you to the panel as well. Before we start, I'd just like to also mention I've got Mr. Enver Mol with me. He's the union's attorney who helped me draft our affidavits. He's also a former CEO of the Cajun Cricket Union, and he played various roles at Cricket South Africa as well. So he's also here with me. So I'd just like to inform you of that.
Yeah, well, if he is going to be at any stage talking to testifying, but I don't know, is he going to be testifying or is just there to give you moral support or legal advice in the course of your presentation?
Yeah, I think he's here for moral support and maybe here and there a bit of advice.
Then he must be sworn in, whether he's an attorney. Then he must come.
Okay.
Where is
maybe if you'd like to come. Thank you, sir.
Your full names, please.
Beg your pardon?
Your full names.
My full names. My full names are Enver, E-N-V-E-R. My middle name is Hassan,
Yes.
H-A-S-S-E-N. And the surname is Mal, M-A-L-L.
Okay, all right. Do you swear that the evidence that you may have to give or we will give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing else but the truth? And if that is so, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
I would prefer to take the affirmation.
Okay. If you want to affirm that the evidence that you will give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing else but the truth. And if so, just raise your right hand and you say, "I so affirm."
I affirm that.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. So, Mr. Strado, the floor is yours.
Okay, sir, thank you. Would you like me to basically run through my affidavit for Mr. Malamba? It's not a very long one.
Yes, you can talk to it.
I
I think that's the idea,
Okay, sir, so I am the Chief Executive Officer of the Catering Cricket Union and duly authorised to depose this affidavit on behalf of both bodies, our catering cricket professional entity as well as the amateur entity. In response to Mr. Ben Malamba's transcript as well as his unsigned affidavit, my response is limited to the issues raised by Mr. Malamba insofar as they relate specifically to catering cricket. In essence, what we could pick up, there's two issues that he raises, namely a salary issue of his in 2002, and then problems that he encountered with his work in the southern part of the province, where he's worked all these years and where he's still working. So if we can look at paragraph 27 of Mr. Malamba's affidavit, my response to this claim is limited due to the fact that a period of 19 years has passed since 2002. The records of salaries paid all those years ago are no longer available, and therefore I'm unable to verify his allegations in regard to the discrepancy in his salary at the time. I have, however, been able to inspect his employee file and did not find any record of any complaint or other communication relating to his salary at the time. Mr. Malamba is currently still employed at the Catering Cricket Union, and I can confirm that I have not received any complaints from him regarding his salary during my time at the helm. Mr. Malamba.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
No, I wanted to know, have you raised, now that it is an issue, have you raised it with him given that he's still in KZN cricket?
So I actually didn't want to engage with him directly before I appeared before this panel. But it will definitely be something that I would like to sit with him and address with him and also see how he is currently experiencing things, because we've had a very amicable working relationship and I haven't received any complaints from him since I've been here the last 4 years.
Yeah. Mr. Stradom, I see.
You switch yourself.
Yeah, Mr. Stradom, I see you say that you have looked at inspected his file, and you didn't find any complaint. If I can recall, when Mr. Malamba came here, and which is sort of a public safe space, you'd recall that when people come here, it's usually things that they have kept with them and they did not express, either because they feared reprisals or victimization and so forth. Now, when you could not find the record, the complaint, did you for a moment think that there may be a reason why you couldn't find that complaint? Because this is why this process has been established.
So I think also, if I can go back to his affidavit, where he said to his astonishment, or to my astonishment, I discovered that coordinators were getting 15,000 and more than me at the time. So just in my knowledge now, and having been involved in the cricket system for quite a while, first of all, there's differences between the different unions. So there's now lately there's been a funding model where there's activity-based funding, where there's a guideline for unions to use. I'm not even sure if it was in place back then. And then also, just on that, I think most of the hub coaches now, they're only earning in the region of 15,000 per month. So in 2002, in my opinion, I don't think it could have been in that same region as it is now, 19 years later. But yeah, I think in terms of these complaints, it's definitely something I would like to take up with him after this has been concluded. But yeah, definitely in my dealings with him over the last 4 years, there's not been any complaints or any thing brought to my attention by him.
Yes. Thanks, Mr. Tom. You can continue, Mr. Stradom.
Yeah, so then the second item that's applicable to KZN cricket is that of various matters applicable to the Southern Natal Cricket Union, which is part of the Ugu district, which is an affiliate of the KZN Cricket Union. In that regard, an affidavit from the Southern Natal Cricket Union's current president, Mr. Claude Nanak, was submitted and filed herewith. So again, the details of that affidavit will have to be taken up directly with Mr. Nanak, but it is quite a lengthy document which Mr. Nanak submitted, and we submitted it to the panel on his regard.
Yes. Would that be what you are addressing in paragraph 5 of your affidavit, where you are
Correct,
talking?
sir.
Yes, about those. Who is Mr. Is this Mr. Claudie Nanak?
Yes, sir.
Is he
So
still
if I
very
can maybe
active?
give you.
Yes.
If I can maybe give you a bit of background, in KZN, as part of the KZN Cricket Union, we have 11 districts, and we then have 11 district committees with their respective chairmen. They then report to KZN Cricket Union, and they basically sit on our council. So what we've done, and I think all the other unions are actually aligning with it now, according to the geopolitical alignment. KZN Cricket Union has operated in that manner for the past, I think, about 30 years. So basically, the Ugu district, they've got the Southern Natal Cricket Union, and Mr. Malamba was employed by the KZN Cricket Union, but on a more direct approach, he then reports to the Southern Natal Cricket Union.
Yes.
And Mr. Nanak's affidavit speaks to all those matters that Mr. Malamba referred to.
Okay. So that is as far as Mr. Malamba is concerned. Do you now want to go on to your responses to the affidavit and testimony of Roger Telemachus?
Happy to do so.
The floor is yours.
So once again, I've read the transcript of evidence that Mr. Telemachus has given to the SJN hearing, as well as his unsigned affidavit presented to the hearing. And my response in this affidavit is limited to the issues raised by Mr. Telemachus insofar as they relate to his complaint at being overlooked for the position of head coach and assistant head coach of the KZN Inland team. And I shall attempt to deal with the issues related thereto from paragraph 13 and onwards in his affidavit.
Yes.
So in my affidavit, we can basically start from paragraph 5 in my affidavit, where I spoke to the paragraph 14 of Mr. Telemakis' affidavit.
Yes.
I just wanted to correct Mr. Telemakis that in the 7 years that he was employed, the team have actually won 2 domestic trophies. We'd love to claim 3, but we only won 2 trophies. The next paragraph 6, before addressing Mr. Telemakis' concerns in this paragraph, I take the liberty of explaining the new structure of cricket, which comes into being this, or which came into being this season that we're currently in. Just to give you the background. So from about 2003 until the end of the 2020-21 season that ended in April this year, cricket in South Africa consists of 6 fully fledged franchise teams at its highest level. Each franchise drew its players from specific provincial teams which jointly owned and controlled the particular franchise, and from whom the franchise would then draw its players. The tier below the franchise level was the amateur or semi-pro level and consisted of all the individual provincial unions. I don't know if I can carry on, or do you know the structure?
Yeah, well, if you can expand on that, so that
Okay, sir.
yeah,
So in the
we are
case
on the same page.
Okay, sir, thank you. In the KZN province, the franchise team is the Hollywood Bets Dolphins, and there also existed 2 provincial teams, the KZN Coastal team, which is basically based in Durban and made up of clubs and sub-unions from the coastal regions of the province, and then we've got KZN Inland, who's based in Maritzburg and made up of clubs and sub-unions situated in the rest of the province. Both these provincial teams acted as feeder teams to the Dolphins and were the conduit for players from the 2 regions of the province to ultimately play professional cricket at the highest domestic level. The respective coaches of both KZN Coastal and KZN Inland were employed by the KZN Cricket Union, and the Dolphins coach was employed by the KZN Cricket Pty Limited. Recently, a decision was taken by Cricket South Africa to change the system by doing away with the franchise system and to upgrade the provincial teams into a professional structure from the 2021-22 season, which basically started on 1 May 2021. Recently, a decision was taken by Cricket South Africa. I already said that. In the province of KZN, this meant that in essence, the province would now only have 2 representative teams, one being the KZN Coastal team and one being the KZN Inland team, rather than the 3 teams we had formerly. All cricketing role players, and in fact the entire cricketing fraternity of South Africa, including the provinces and franchises, were either party to or aware of the restructuring of cricket in the country from the time that the process commenced. This includes all employees affected by it, such as players, coaches, and team support staff, who have for the last 2 years been kept abreast of these developments, not only by their respective provincial and franchise employers, but also through their player and coaches representative organizations, or forums, and from CSA directly as well. So with that in mind, Mr. Telemakis' contract with the KZN Cricket Union in fact ended in April 2020. But at the end of that season, which was interrupted and abandoned before its scheduled end due to the COVID-19 pandemic, we decided to offer him a 1-year extension until the conclusion of the 2020-21 season, which he accepted. And also, as the CEO of KZN Cricket and having been principally involved in this matter, I can quite categorically state that no expectation whatsoever was created that he would be re-employed by the KZN Cricket Union once this extension had expired at the end of the 2020-21 season. For the 2021-22 seasons, the position of coach and assistant coach for the KZN Inland team became available, and the positions were advertised in terms of KZN Cricket's employment policies. Mr. Telemakis applied for these positions, but was unfortunately unsuccessful in obtaining either of them.
Just tell
Mr.
me,
Telemakis,
just there, when you say
Yes,
he
sir.
was unsuccessful, was it because he did not rise to the occasion, he was not up to the mark, given that, the brief here for the Ombudsman is for him to establish whether any unfair discrimination took place on the basis of race and gender. And perhaps if you could give your own view as to whether that kind of discrimination played any part in Mr. Telemakas's inability to get appointed as he would have expected. I know it's a very sort of subject. I'm asking you to self-evaluate your conduct insofar as, you know, your union was had this duty to get the best person for the job. But given that you are probing into the role that gender and or race may have played in the appointment system, now that you have a Telemakas who says, you know, I was overlooked, what would you say if that was broadly the accusation that he has? That, you know, had I been other than a black person in the sense that he is, if I had been a white cricketer, I would not have failed to get the appointment. You get what I'm saying?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
So maybe I can just talk about the process that we undertook to fill that position.
Yes.
So basically, in terms of our employment policies, we had necessary processes and procedures that we have to follow when making appointments. I want to also maybe just state from a KZN cricket point of view, governance is it's a big thing for us, and we've been on the CSA scorecard. We've been quite humbly, I would like to say, we've been the #1 union for the past 3 seasons. So it's something that we really put a lot of emphasis on in our terms of our governance structures and having the right balances, checks and balances in place with all our processes. So in terms of this specific process, we advertised the position on a national basis. Maybe just also a bit more background. The KZN Inland team had a coach in place whose contract came to an end at the end of April as well. So we opened up the application for the post nationally to see who would like to apply and what possible candidate we can attract. So we opened it up nationally. We got quite a few applications. The committee then basically shortlisted 5 candidates, of which Mr. Telemakis was one of those candidates. We then had an interview process conducted by the panel. Unfortunately, on the day of the interviews, I had a COVID scare, so I couldn't attend those interviews. But the committee carried on with the process. On the committee, if I can maybe mention, we have it's our convener of selectors, which is also the cricket committee chairman. We have the cricket services manager for KZN Inland. We had the coaching manager for KZN Inland, and then also our HR administrator for the KZN Cricket Union. Just maybe also to add, from a racial point of view, all four these committee members were people of color. So they conducted the interview process. I then got the feedback from them, and they all felt that Mr. Michael Smith, who we then appointed, they all felt that he was the best candidate. I basically represented or presented that to the cricket committee, and they were all happy for us to carry on with the appointment. So from a procedural point of view, I basically had to then finish up the contracts and basically sign off with Mr. Michael Smith. Then also we had a process of...
Sorry, while you're still mentioning
Michael Smith.
Yeah, Michael Smith's selection for the position. There's a in Mr. Telemakis's affidavit, he states that he was the most qualified on the short list, but still was not chosen. would you say that he was more qualified than Mr. Michael Smith?
He gives the
I think we had requirements for the position, which was to be a level 3 coach. So all the candidates that were on the shortlist qualified according to those requirements we had. Yes, Roger had he has a level 4 coaching qualification, which is it's a big positive. But also we have worked with Mr. Telemarcus for quite a long period. So we knew what he was going to bring to the table. We also, in terms of the committee's feedback with the interview process was, they just felt Mr. Smith's presentation was very impressive. And he also adheres to all the requirements we had. So that's why they felt they wanted to go with Mr. Smith.
But he makes 2 points. The first point is that Smith was only a high school teacher, coach, to his recollection. He never coached in franchise or in provincial cricket. And I think by contrast he says, I had been there. And then he says, secondly, Smith does not have a level 4 coaching certificate, which is a qualification that he possesses. So it's 2 points, at the qualification level and also at the level of coaching. He says, one, he has coached, but he has coached at a lower level than I have coached, because I've coached at franchise or provincial cricket level. No, that's what he says, and what would you say to that?
Yes, so I think the first one was in terms of where Michael Smith has coached before. So he's coached at he coached various provincial and international players in a one-on-one basis. He's also involved, or he has been involved in the Pakistan Super League, where he has worked with international players and coaches. So we felt definitely
Smith?
from an experience, Mr. Michael Smith, yes.
Oh, yes. Mm.
Yeah, so even though he's never been a full-time head coach for a provincial team, he's worked with various international coaches, various international players, and the feedback we got regarding him was very positive. So I think that addresses the first concern, and then the second one regarding the coaching level.
But how does he address it with respect? He says he never coached in franchise or provincial cricket. And it seems to me that you are also saying this is so. Now, where would you fault that as a basis for him saying, but then, how can I be discriminated against at the level of coaching that I have done, when my opponent who gets the appointment had never coached at franchise or provincial cricket level? Now, just what I want to find from you is whether that is a fact, that you admit that at that level, Mr. Smith has not coached. Yes, there are other issues that got him the nod. I don't know if you understand where I'm coming from.
Yes, so I can confirm that Mr. Smith wasn't a head coach at any provincial level before, so I fully agree with that. And the fact that he hasn't got a level 4 coaching certificate, I also agree with. So I agree with both those statements that he made, but that's not the reason why we appointed him. We felt, or certainly the committee felt, that Mr. Smith had international experience. He worked, and he's still working, or he still worked at the Pakistan Super League earlier this season as well.
Before I cut you short, I'm sorry for this. When you say he had experience at international level, was that as a coach?
Yes, sir.
Yes, Mr. Tom.
Yes, Mr. Stradom. Just before the affirmative answer you gave to the Ombudsman now. I was interested to understand this international experience that you are talking about. To say, what if he was not a head coach, and if he was not an assistant coach, in what capacity was he providing? What service was he rendering to these international teams? And because you also mentioned that he had one-on-one relations with international players and so forth. Can you crystallize that for us in a manner that we can understand what you mean by that?
Okay, I'll try my best. So Mr. Smith was a batting consultant for, that's his speciality. He was a batting consultant for the team in the Pakistan Super League. And as part of those duties, you'll also fulfill various assistant coach roles. In terms of his experience with one-on-one players, he was based in PE as well. So part of that experience, he's worked with various players who has represented the Proteas or that has played franchise cricket. So in our search to find the right candidates as well, we spoke to quite a few players and people that has worked with him, and the feedback from them was very positive.
Now, what do you make of Mr. Telemarcus' experience as a player? Because he also came to testify, and I think it's a matter of public record that he played for the Proteas, that being Mr. Roger Telemarcus.
That is correct. What would you, sorry, just in terms of the question, what would you...
You mentioned international experience of this Smith, and you've contextualized that international experience. In what way is he involved with teams internationally? Now, I'm putting it to you that Mr. Roger Telemarcus played cricket internationally. How did you balance that requirement of international cricketing experience, either from a coaching or from a playing perspective?
Yes, sorry. So in our requirements, you didn't have to have international experience or having played at the highest level. I don't think good players just automatically make good coaches as well. But certainly in our requirement for the position, you had to have, the basic requirement was that you had to have a level 3 coaching qualification as a minimum. And then, so that was the minimum requirement in the advertisement that we sent out. So both candidates, Mr. Telemarcus and Mr. Smith, adhere to those basic requirements. Does that answer your question?
It's an attempt. That's what I can say.
Okay, I'm trying my best.
You see, I'm sorry about this, this trade-off. I'm trying to balance in my mind what it is that you consider gives somebody who has experience as a betting consultant with the Pakistanis, for instance, and someone who has experience as a coach. And he says, I have been a coach at a high level, level 4 coaching. Now, how did you compare these two situations? Okay, Telemarcus, coach, level 4 coaching certificate, but the other one has got experience as a consultant, betting consultant internationally with the Pakistanis. How do you weigh these two in order to come with a response or a preference for a Michael Smith? And I'm saying so because it has come to me now as an ombudsman, as not only as a complaint, but as an indication that he has reason to believe, even if it is subjectively so, that the only basis that he was not considered by your good selves for the position of coach was because of the color of his skin. And you must remember, that is what I am supposed to be satisfied with, that Telemachus has not made a case on that basis, or Mr. Stradom has not given me sufficient basis for me to reject his assumption. And that would be because you have satisfied me that you were able to weigh, on the one hand, a coach with a level of certificate which he has. That's the one person. The other one doesn't have that certificate, but you say he has experience as a betting consultant at an international level. So how do you weigh these in such a way that you say, notwithstanding his certificates, Telemachus, his certificates, him being a coach, whatever, and all of that, that experience he has is trumped by Smith's experience as a betting consultant. So how do you give weight to the other in such a way that the one who claims, and he's here, he came to us and said, no, I was just being discriminated against here because I'm not a white person. If you were me and you had to consider those, what would you say in order to satisfy Mr. Telemachus that race has nothing to do with it?
So I think, so first and foremost, yes. So I think first and foremost, the process that we followed was a very open and transparent process. As I mentioned, we had our committee that did the interviews, and we didn't just look at the issue of experience. We looked at all the issues, all the information we could obtain. So first of all, feedback from people that we spoke to, feedback from players. Then during the interview, in terms of the impressive interview that Mr. Michael Smith managed to give. And then also we've got, obviously with Mr. Telemachus, we've got a track record where he has been employed with the KZN Cricket Union for the past 7 years. So all of those things were considered. And then according to all of that, we made an appointment which we felt was the best candidate to take KZN Inland forward.
What was the racial composition of the committee?
On the committee, the original committee would have been myself, our cricket committee chairman, which is a black person, the cricket services manager at KZN Inland, which is a black person, the coaching manager at KZN Inland, which is a black person, and then also our HR administrator, which is also a black person.
Yes.
The day the interviews were conducted, it was actually conducted by 4 black people, and I couldn't attend because I was scared. So the committee conducted the interviews and made a recommendation to me a few days later. So basically, it was done by 4 black people.
Yes. Okay.
Now, when you talk about the feedback that you got in relation to Mr. Telemarcus, obviously, I just want to understand, is it feedback that was given by the players whom he had coached, or is it, and then you compare to the feedback that was given on Mr. Smith? Did they had to make presentations before the potential teams that they were going to coach, and then from those presentations, then the feedback came, flowed the feedback? Or is it feedback that was solicited from his current players to say, how is he as a coach? And in the case of Mr. Smith, is it feedback that was solicited from his erstwhile employers and his erstwhile engagements?
Okay, so I think the feedback, first and foremost, with Mr. Telemarcus, we had 7 years of him being employed by the Catering Cricket Union. So we performed annual coaches reviews where we have feedback from players and everyone that basically works with him. To carry on with Mr. Telemarcus, and maybe some of the reasons why he wasn't appointed, we had 7 years of having him in our employment, of which our average positions where the team finished were basically 9th in the T20s, 8th in the List A competition, and 7th in the 3-day competition. So we had a track record. Yes, the last few years we won 2 trophies, but over the 7 years, it's quite a modest sort of performance record which had to be taken into consideration. We also then, various interviews and employee performance assessments where we had feedback from players who were coached by him. And in there, a lot of them actually had a strong view that KZN has been overly accommodating to Mr. Telemarcus in this regard due to his performance and record as a coach over many years. So yes, I think we had a track record to consider with Mr. Telemarcus. I certainly enjoyed my time working with him, and he did well in the last 3 years where we won 2 trophies. But in general, over the 7 years, the track record is just too modest, and it sort of doesn't slam the door down to say, yes, this is the guy we need to carry on with. With Mr. Smith, once again, he worked with various people in the Protea setup, in playing professional cricket all over the world. And it is easy to get feedback from people about their experiences with him and how they have experienced him as a person and as a coach. But certainly I think the thing that stood out from Michael Smith, and specifically from the committee, was the impressive interview he had with him and his plans on taking KZN England forward.
Okay.
So that's the things that stood out.
Thank you, Mr. Stradom. Now, you mentioned that the last 3 years of Mr. Telemarcus's engagement with KZN cricket were successful. In one occasion, there was a joint trophy with another province. Now, leading up to the interview, Mr. Telemarcus was on the contents of your affidavit, paragraph 12, was successful. Would I be presumptuous in saying that he had a successful 3-year period, which was the period leading up to the interview?
No, so I think if you consider everything over the 7 years, the feedback received, players' feedback on Mr. Telemarcus' performances and all of that, yes, there was success with 2 trophies, but the general feedback was not too positive.
Was the feedback brought to Mr. Telemarcus' attention?
Yes, so with the CSA structure, we put annual coaches reviews, where the players would rate the coach, the convener would rate the coach, the CEO would rate the coach. So we've conducted those surveys since I've been here every year, we've certainly done it, and it was probably done before my time as well, where we conducted these appraisals. We'd then sit down with Mr. Telemakis and with all the coaches that we do that for. We'd sit down with them, go through the feedback, and discuss with them areas of improvement, where they can do better, and where they should, and what items they should focus on. So yes, we certainly sat down with Mr. Telemakis to go through all of that feedback.
Now, in paragraph 17 of his affidavit, to which I think you have been responding in some ways, he says, when Michael Smith was appointed, or after his appointment, he telephoned you. I would assume that's whom he means by saying the current CEO of KZN Cadet. And he sought to establish the basis or the rationale for Michael's appointment. And you informed him that Michael brought, and he quotes it, more value and credentials to the table. Now, assuming the correctness of my assumption here that it was you and that he is quoting you correctly, do you want to tell me what you meant by credentials to the table? Or just the italicized words, there, more value and credentials to the table. But more importantly, did you explain to him what you meant by that qualification? I just want to understand. I'm not criticizing him. I just want to understand what you were trying to communicate to him. Because he says, when you said that, it was disempowering to him. Because he believes that...
So maybe before I get to that telephone call that we had, maybe I can just go to paragraph 18 and
of his affidavit.
And just give you...
Of
my affidavit.
Of your affidavit. Let me see. Paragraph 18. Is it the one that has a heading, Mr. Telemakis' interaction with me in February 2021? Okay.
Correct.
All right. I'm there now. Yeah.
Yes. Okay. So basically, with Mr. Telemakis, again, like I stated, we had a very good working relationship, quite transparent and open in all our dealings. And then one afternoon in February, I was actually sitting in this exact same boardroom when he walked in. When he walked into the boardroom, and he basically came and he thanked me specifically for all the support and assistance that he's been given over the years. He also wished me well with the future endeavours at KZN Cricket, and then concluded by saying he was actually looking forward to moving closer to home, and that he was leaving KZN Cricket with good memories. That was even before we said that that he's not working with us or any of those things. He basically knew the restructuring meant that his position at KZN Cricket has become redundant. So that's before I even had a chat with him. He came in and he just said, thank you for everything we did. He really enjoyed working here, and he's actually looking forward to moving closer to home. His family is in the Boerland, so, and we, through the years, we chatted about it, and he was really looking forward to it. So for me, it was almost one of those where he came to say, thank you, keep well, and looking forward to see how KZN progresses throughout the years and all of that. Then the next thing that happened was the KZN inland position, which he then applied for. In our conversation, I didn't even think he's going to apply for it, but then he applied for it, went through the process, unfortunately unsuccessful, and then our next conversation, or the conversation since the first conversation we had, was that he phoned me, and he was quite aggressive in his tone. in terms of why he didn't get the job and all those type of things. And I just said, I certainly can't remember the exact words I used, but my response was in the line that the interview panel felt that Michael Smith was the best candidate to take KZN Inland forward. So it was never about he brings more value and credentials to the table. My response was basically to say the committee went through the process and they felt Mr. Smith is the right candidate to take KZN Inland forward into this new structure. So that was my chat with Roger. And even after that, it was, okay, he understands and all good. And then, obviously, to my surprise, the SJN was then used as a platform to basically criticize the process we undertook.
At least the SJN process has given you an opportunity to engage what he said, because at the end of the day, we really are interested at finding whether race or gender or both of those played any role in people's career upward, trajectories. Yeah. Yes.
So yeah, I think for me again, I would like to just confirm that race has never played a role in any of the appointments or any of the processes that we have undertaken at the KZN Cricket Union. Even if you look at our history in terms of the EPG scorecard and all the various transformation requirements, we always at the forefront, and we pride ourselves in a diverse nation and in a diverse cricket union. I also wanted to just mention with Mr. Telemarcus, I think I even after that chat we had in February, I even found some of my other colleagues from unions closer to Boland to speak to them to see if possible, please consider Roger for positions in your unions, because certainly he's got a lot of potential, but he also wants to be closer to home. So I actually went that far as to phone some of the other CEOs to see if they can't afford him an opportunity in their setups.
That we have dealt with Malamba. We have dealt with Malamba. We have dealt with Telemarcus. That takes us straight to Ayavuya Muioli. Have you dealt with Ayavuya Muioli in your affidavit? Oh yeah. Okay. Oh, yes.
Mr. Stradum, I know there's an attachment that you sent this morning for me to give to the Ombuds.
Yes.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yes, you can also use this.
Okay.
Yes, I sent it this morning.
So, what have you got to say about what Muioli told me?
Yes, sir. So my affidavit in terms of Mr. Muioli's affidavit, I basically responded. Again, it was sort of a year and a half before I started at the KZN Cricket Union, and my first dealings with it was in 2020 when there was an article written on the matter, and it basically came to light in the media. In 2020. So basically what I did was, and my response is based on my own access to records at the KZN Cricket Union, my own investigations and inquiries that I managed to do, including Mr. De Wet, who was the CEO at the time, and Mr. Faiz Jaffer, who was the president of the KZN Cricket Union, and they both have knowledge of the various aspects of this matter. So if I can maybe highlight some items in my affidavit.
Yeah.
So from such investigations, Mr. Freiling's disciplinary hearing was dealt with in terms of the HR policy of KZN Cricket at the time. The incident which gave rise to Mr. Freiling's initial suspension and disciplinary hearings appears to have been treated as an off-field incident following a heated argument between Mr. Muioli and Mr. Freiling, both employees of KZN Cricket at the time, and which argument culminated in the assault by Mr. Freiling on Mr. Muioli. If I can almost, I would like to point you to the and I don't know if I can skip to the emails that I sent you that I sent on this morning, because it was just it's basically the process that I had in 2020 when the article came out. I actually phoned Mr. Muioli. I also know him. I've known him before. Then he was at Northwest at the time when I was at Northwest. So basically, what happened is I phoned him and I said, "Aya, if you can please, in terms of the media article, how can I help and how can we resolve this matter? Because I certainly don't want things hanging in the air, and I would like us to move forward in an amicable manner." So we had various interactions, various conversations, and then I basically summarized everything in an email, and I would like to read that email and then also his response to it. Mr. Chris Mzani was the president of Cricket South Africa at the time, and our own president, Mr. Ben Gladla, asked me to please look into the matter and see how we can resolve the matter. So if I can read my email, is that fine?
Yes. This is...
Okay, so basically the email goes as follows. Dear Aya, thanks for your email. I think we are now in a clearer position regarding the issues. In order for us to amicably move forward, I want to clarify a few issues arising from your email. Number one, you have no issues with Robbie, and as such, there's no need for a joint statement. We have always understood that you resolved the matter between yourselves back then. We can therefore scrap the idea of a joint statement as initially proposed. Number two, regarding the process of the hearing in 2016, Robbie pleaded guilty to the charges and provided submissions in mitigation through his legal representative. He was given a monetary sanction, final written warning, and had to serve community service under the company's CSI program. The findings and the sanction were not communicated to you or the rest of the team. Robbie's matter was chaired by an independent chairperson. And then we referred to the various codes of conduct that why and how we didn't apply and why we only apply, or why we applied the KZN Cricket's code of conduct. The employee was, franchise players were basically employed by the franchises and subject to the franchise disciplinary code. So that's the code that we used. After serious consideration of your case, I can understand why you remain aggrieved. So I've also, I think in our conversation, I acknowledged that we could have done a few things possibly better. So I said, I can understand why you remain aggrieved. You did not testify in the process, and the findings and sanctions were not communicated. So I think for us, a big lesson is that the sanctions weren't communicated with Mr. Muioli at the time. So he wasn't aware that Robbie got a monetary fine or community service and a written warning. So we possibly could have communicated that to Mr. Muioli.
Mr. Stradom?
And I also said, sorry, sir?
Yes. Why
Yes,
was that
ma'am.
not communicated? Why was the outcome of the proceedings or the sanction not communicated?
So I think or from what I could see was the Mr. Freiling came up with a plea bargain in terms of Mr. Muioli's when Mr. Muioli lodged or sent the email to the CEO of then, Mr. Peter Vett. Mr. Peter Vett invited Mr. Freiling to come in and basically discuss the matter. Mr. Freiling then submitted a plea bargain where they basically admitted being guilty and accordingly he was sanctioned. Part of that discussion was that it would be a confidential matter between Mr. Freiling and the union. So I think that's why it wasn't communicated with Mr. Muioli at the time.
You can proceed,
Yes.
Mr. Stradom.
Yes, Mr. Stradom. You can proceed.
Okay, and then basically, I carried on with that email. Point 6, the third sentence.
Yeah.
As you have indicated, you do not wish to revisit the case. I do hope that I have properly addressed some of the procedural concerns you had. As a franchise, we have taken steps to ensure these incidences do not occur again. These include, but are not limited to, A, under MOU 18 signed between SACA, CSA, and the franchises and provinces, there is a grievance procedure that allows players to lodge the grievances from time to time. If the cricketer wishes to raise a formal grievance with CSA, franchise, or the province, the cricketer must put the grievance in writing and address it to the chief executive of CSA, the relevant franchise, or the province, as the case may be. The parties will follow the following procedure in order to resolve the grievance. The CEO must, within 5 days of receiving the written grievance or such other period as may be agreed, meet with the cricketer to attempt to resolve the grievance. And there's a few steps in there, which I'm not going to go into all the detail. Then if we move to item B, it basically says the team has, during my time, had various team building exercises where players explore how to work together as a team. We have had various challenges and have resolved them internally through the trusted and transparent process we adopted. It is unfortunate you are not within our setup to experience these developments, but I hope no player feels the way you have felt under my watch. As part of our processes, the current Dolphins team embarked on a series of workshops where all players were granted an opportunity to express their past experiences of discrimination in an effort to identify these pitfalls and also to ensure that these things do not happen in future. We want to ensure an inclusive environment where no player, regardless of background, will ever have to experience any form of discrimination. It is unfortunate that the original response to the media release was made without understanding what you wish to achieve. So just some background there. In 2020, we had a few calls from journalists, and at the time we didn't understand why it was brought up again when we felt the matter was resolved in 2016. And that's why I also said to Mr. Muioli, now that I have more context, I can probably respond different to such journalists. I appreciate your attempts to seek those.
I'm sorry, Mr. Strader. Were the journalists insinuating that this thing had been swept under the carpet?
Sorry, sir, I couldn't hear that.
Were the journalists insinuating, in your view, that this matter had been swept under the carpet without it having been properly resolved?
Yeah, I mean, it's a difficult one to say. I think for me it was certainly from my side, I wanted to understand what happened and why it was in the media again, because I was under the impression it was resolved in 2016. So I just wanted to get clarity of why it surfaced again and how can I help fix it. So I think that was my concern, and hence why I got in touch with Mr. Muioli.
Okay, yes.
So then basically to finish off my email, I appreciate your attempts to seek closure and hope that my response is not offensive, but aimed at giving you the closure you deserve. I welcome your call to have a joint statement. That was when we still chatted about possibly doing a joint statement to put in the media. I then prepared a draft statement, but in the end, Mr. Muioli asked us to rather not do it, and I'll get to his response to my email. Number 9, my concluding remarks. The incident was regrettable, and I apologize that the process was not fully explained to you at the time. I do thank you for making me aware of this incident. I respect the maturity of which you handled the matter and would like to wish you all the best with your future endeavors. And then I also asked if the correspondence can be respected as a sincere communication between us. Mr. Muioli's response to my email, because I followed and I think I gave him a few phone calls just to check, can we resolve it and can we move forward? And his response was basically then, Dear Heinrich, and that was on the 12th of August, his response was, Dear Heinrich, I'm not in agreement with putting out a joint statement of any kind. I'm not in conflict with you guys. However, I would like to put this thing to bed, and I don't think or feel a statement is necessary. I acknowledge your response, and I'm satisfied that you at least acknowledge my concerns. Thanks, I am Muioli. And then I just said, thanks for your response. I'm happy that we can move on. All of the best for the season.
Sorry, Mr. Stradom, in
Yes.
your affidavit at paragraph 15, you've obviously explained that these things predate you, especially the incident which resulted in Mr. Muioli being attacked and the manner in which it was handled by KZN Cricket. All of those incidences precede you. And then you do acknowledge at paragraph 15 of your affidavit that, you know, this process was not handled correctly and therefore deprived, you know, anyone who was handling this thing from an opportunity to distill, you know, dispassionately distill whether or not this matter concerned racism or the incident was racially motivated or not. You sort of concede that. But you then proceed and say that at paragraph 17, you seem to sort of pour cold water at this complaint by saying that he could have leveled a grievance. Maybe I understand you incorrectly. He could have leveled a grievance to the employer and then invoke the HR policy provisions. Now, this is a person who complained about the incident which resulted in him even not catching a flight. He's one assaulted, he doesn't catch a flight at the instance and malicious conduct of Mr. Freiling. And when the incident is reported, it's handled in a manner which you accept to have not been proper. How do you then, in the same breath, expect him to file a grievance to the same system? I know you were not there, but you deposed to this affidavit. Yes.
Yes, sir. So I think just to say, I didn't say that the process that they followed were not correct. I said it could have done perhaps a bit more transparent. And I think for me, being more transparent, they could have communicated with Mr. Muioli immediately afterwards to tell him these were the sanctions imposed on Mr. Freiling. I think that is probably something that I've learned from this process. But I think from a procedural point of view, they handled it correctly. It was just, I think they could have done it a bit more transparently. So that's what I basically said.
Mr. Stradom? Was it then correct for the union to have a private or confidential meeting with Robbie without Muioli being present?
I think because it's a plea bargain, and I don't know all the correct legal terms, but because the submission was made by Mr. Muioli, or what's the right word? The communication of the incident that took place, that was communicated to Mr. Freiling. He received, I think, Annexure HS2 was basically the hearing and how the hearing went. But Robbie received a notice of suspension where he was informed that initial investigation support this allegation, and in order that the franchise has the time to conduct a formal investigation into this suspected misconduct, you are suspended with immediate effect from all forms of cricket pending a disciplinary inquiry. The disciplinary inquiry will be held at the earliest opportunity so that we can resolve this matter. Please note you will be allowed representation during this process if you so desire. So then what I understood was that Mr. Freiling then submitted the plea bargain. He came with his legal representative. They had the process with Mr. De Wet. Mr. Freiling basically pleaded guilty on the charge of misconduct. and accordingly he was then sanctioned. And at the time, I think it was reasonably fair sanctions that was imposed upon him. In my opinion, I think it could have been communicated. The sanctions could have been communicated with Mr. Muioli. It might have helped him getting closure on the matter. And then also just in terms of that,
How long was the
disciplinary
suspension?
inquiry.
Mr. Strudom, sorry, how long was the suspension? If you do know.
I think it was as soon as Mr. Muioli made submitted the issue that happened over the weekend. I think that's when Mr. De Wet suspended Mr. Freiling until the hearing basically took place. Also, just maybe in terms of the hearing, it was chaired by an independent advocate as well.
You see, Mr. Strado, when Mr. Muioli comes here before the Ombudsman, and all of this thing is done without his input, and he comes in and says, look, this thing was done without my input. In other words, this sanction agreement and all these things. Here is someone being shielded. And I want you to just think of, started it from the assault and the incident at the airport, where Freiling, says, this man is threatening me. And that privilege, I think that's what another issue, another complexity in this matter, contends that privilege, occasioned by being white, enabled, was so powerful that he was in fact told that he cannot take the flight because he is posing a threat. So I don't know whether you have thought about, at the very least, Mr. Muioli's perception, why he is so persistent. I see in your email you are having an open and honest conversation with him, and you go as far as apologizing. But do you realize how the manner in which the guys who were before you handled this matter, and why Mr. Muioli thought he should come to the Ombudsman?
Yeah, it's a difficult one. I certainly think there's lessons to be learned from it. For me, I think, yes, like I said, I think we can be more transparent and we should be more transparent. So I think with Mr. Muioli, obviously, in my affidavit, and I would just like to refer back to paragraph 15 and 16, when I said Mr. Muioli's participation in the discussion relating to and the negotiation of and acceptance of the terms and conditions of Mr. Freiling's plea bargain, and also in the communication to Mr. Muioli of the sanction that Mr. Freiling ultimately received. So I think maybe Mr. Muioli, I think as soon as Mr. Freiling accepted or pleaded guilty, I think they took it as that's adequate because that was Mr. Muioli's submission, and they handled that accordingly and found Mr. Freiling guilty. And then obviously the sanction, like I...
Sorry, what was the charge? What was he pleading guilty to?
I think on Annexure HS2, let me just... Annexure HS2 was physical assault on a fellow employee, namely Muioli, and then the second item there was suspected breach of point 4.5 of your contract, namely 4.5.1, be guilty of serious misconduct, including that which is likely to bring himself, the franchise, commercial partner, or the game of cricket into disrepute. So that was the charge.
What is this?
HS2.
It was on Annexure, submitted as part of Annexure HS2.
HS2. The one dated the 28th of January, 2016. notice to attend a disciplinary hearing. Is that the one?
Correct,
Yes.
sir.
Okay.
Mr. Stradom, the Ombuds did ask Mr. Muioli whether, or how did he come to the conclusion whether the incident was racially motivated? And it was an important question because that obviously forms part of the Ombuds mandate. So I think I want to ask the same question to you, from your understanding of what happened and all the documents that you have in your possession. Even though in the charge sheet it doesn't specifically mention that, but was the incident racially motivated, the assault?
Yes, ma'am. So basically, in my in me trying to understand the incident better and what transpired, I also went. Obviously, I had a look Annexure HS1. It's also been submitted Annexure HS1. That was the letter from Mr. Muioli to the chairperson, and if I can read it, dear chairperson.
Yeah.
Right behind the affidavit, the page right after the affidavit. Sorry, Mr. Ombudsman. It's the page right after the affidavit.
That one is from Muioli.
Okay. What would it be annexure who? Or it?
HS1.
It says, dear CEO and managers.
Are you going to read the one that I have in front of me? That is, I would like to inform you. Is that the?
Yes, sir.
Okay, right.
So basically, this was the letter or the email sent to Mr. Peter Wet at the time. So, dear Chairperson, I would like to inform you of the unfortunate incident that took place on Sunday, 24 January 2016. I was involved in an argument with one of the players, Robbie Freiling. Admittedly, the debate was heated, and as can be expected from two mature adults who hold strong views on a topic. However, not at any stage did I expect it to get physical. Therefore, I was very surprised when Robbie unexpectedly assaulted me physically during the engagement. Robbie went as far as burning me with a car cigarette lighter. Regarding this, I've decided to open a case against him at the local police station. Furthermore, he ensured that I was left behind at the airport and that I didn't get on the flight back to Durban with the rest of the team. I have always strived to be a good team player and to contribute positively to the team environment, both on and off the field. However, I will never suppress my views simply because someone else does not agree with them. Suppression of one's views cannot be desirable for the team, and this simply amounts to intolerance of other people's opinions. This is also in contravention of Cricket South Africa's values, which include accepting South Africa's diversity as a strength. To me, it seems obvious that this physical assault against me was a manner in which he was trying to silence my opinion, and I cannot let that happen. I found it appropriate that I sent this letter to you to give you my side of the story and to inform you of the manner in which I will legally deal with it going forward. Sincerely yours, Ayavuya Muioli. So I think from what I could gather, nowhere in that did he say it was a racial incident. He said he was physically assaulted, and I think according to that, that was how the notice was then treated, and also the disciplinary hearing.
Mr. Stradom, just look at the third last paragraph, which says this is also a contravention of Cricket South Africa's values, which include accepting South Africa's diversity as a strength. How do you understand that statement? I know you were not part of the KZN cricket at the time, but we just want to understand what's your understanding of that.
Well, in my mind, I think South Africa is a very diverse country, and I think it basically means that we need to work as a team, and I think that's what it probably means in there. Because he says it cannot be desirable for the team, and for me, it says that we must be able to work together as a team.
Yeah. Mr. Stradom, it's so unfortunate because you were obviously not the CEO at the time, and we're putting all these questions to you, and I suppose we might have to just follow up with Pete as well, who was the CEO. But I just want to understand from you, who you were saying that there was an independent advocate at the disciplinary hearing. And then if you go to Mr. Muioli's paragraph 11 of his affidavit, he says that even though I did not know much about the disciplinary proceedings, I thought that it was weird that I, as the complainant, was not in the disciplinary hearing but was made to wait outside.
Yes, sorry, ma'am.
Do you have the affidavit? Are you able to see the paragraph that I'm speaking to?
Yes.
Yes. So, and I guess it does go back to the in your affidavit where you acknowledge that it wasn't a transparent process.
Yes, I think I like I said, I agree in hindsight that maybe it could have been more transparent, and that Mr. Muioli should have been kept informed of, first of all, in terms of the plea bargain that happened, and then also the sanctions that were imposed on Mr. Freilich.
Okay. And how does the KZN Cricket Union now resolve issues of a similar nature? Is it since you've been the CEO, are things more transparent?
Well, thankfully we haven't had any issues or that I'm aware of. I think what we've tried to do is again, we have engaged on various occasions with the team and also staff. We've had various employment equity meetings. We've had various HR meetings, briefings. We've had workshops, especially with the Hollywood Bets Dolphins team as well. I think it's probably one of the most diverse teams in South Africa, if not the world. And we've got people players from literally every background, religion, race in that change room. And we also acknowledged that we needed to get the past out there, and we needed to make sure that we can all agree that we're different, but that we can work together as a team. And I think our motto is also diversity is our power and unity is our strength. I think that's been quite a mission for us in making sure that no player, I certainly don't want to finish up one day and afterwards hear that there were certain things that I did wrong. So I think for us it's been a learning curve where we want to make sure that every player and employee feels that they can speak up and that we can resolve it. Certainly as a CEO, I don't have all the answers, and I don't know. I don't always do the right things, but I certainly try and serve cricket, and I certainly try and do my best. And therefore, I think it's important that players and employees have the opportunity and the openness to stand up and tell you, yes, we're not happy with this, or we don't agree with that. So I think for KZN Cricket, that's something we certainly want to make sure that we do, and we have that open and transparency.
You said diversity is our power, and then something else is our strength.
Unity is our strength, and diversity is our power.
Okay. I think that's very beautiful, I have to say. Unity is our power. Diversity is our... No. Unity is our strength. Diversity is our power. Is that right?
Correct.
I'll use that.
And then that's...
I'll use that elsewhere and pretend it is original.
Sorry, sir, I just want to give credit. It's actually the Hollywood Bets Dolphins team that came up with that, so I can't take credit for that.
Well, you are modest. Oh, yes. Now, it looks like we have dealt with all that needed to be dealt with by you today. And do you have any questions you would like to ask from us?
So I think from my point of view, I have to acknowledge I don't always know everything, so I would love to get feedback, and we probably will get the feedback after you've concluded this process. But for me, I think it's important that we get feedback and we know what's the best way to take things forward. I certainly don't want to sit here in 20 years from now and people come up and say, I did things wrong. So I think for me, it's just creating that transparent system where people and staff, employees, players feel that they can speak up and that we can deal with matters as soon as they arise, and it's also then concluded and we move forward. I think that's for me a critical thing that I'd like some guidance on that as well.
Yes, thank you very much. Look, this is a process that was, consciously, engaged in by Cricket South Africa, because Cricket South Africa wants to find out whether, having taken the bold step in 1991, as you know, when there were very diverse cricket unions and structures and what have you, they decided, look, it's time now for cricketers to come down under one roof, and hence the unionization of cricket. We don't want cricket for colors, cricket for Africans, cricket for whites, cricket for Indians. Let's come together. Now, I think there is a realization that in spite of everything that has been done, and there have been many positive things that have been done in trying to have cricket as a sporting code that should be one that people should aspire to. But I think there has been a view that 30 years down the line in 2021, it still seems that there is a need to have a probe, a conscious examination of where things are now. And I would hope, and I think that's also the hope of everybody who has come before us, including you, that having had this open debate, having had this open introspection by all the people who have come here, others as saying, as people who are saying, well, in the last, or since my involvement with cricket, I feel that I have not been dealt with properly. But also there are people like you who say, look, we may not have been doing things perfectly, but we are now where we are. If we can't do anything about the past, then certainly we can do something about the present going into the future. And I think if we all had that kind of spirited approach to what needs to happen, then there is a very great future that lies ahead of us. But there needs to be some things done. So I don't know what it will be, what the report will look like in the end, because this is just the first day that we hear from those who were mentioned by those who came before today to say, under cricket, this is how we were dealt with, and which makes us believe we were dealt with in this way because we were either female or we were black or both. But which is why, therefore, when we get people like you who come forward to say, hey, listen, maybe there is a perspective, maybe there is a way in which this entire thing can be looked at, then that is a step, in my view, in the right direction. And that is what will probably guide, in fact, not probably, it's something that should guide me, assisted as I am by those who assist me, into shaping recommendations and or answers to some of those nagging questions about how we should now shape a future that will make all of us to be proud of the sporting game called cricket. And thank you very much to you for having made yourself available to contribute to our attempt to find an answer that will be satisfactory reasonably to all of us. So I can't thank you strong enough for having made yourself available for today.
Yeah, thank you, sir. I appreciate the opportunity. I think my wish, if I can add a last sort of sentence, I think my wish is that we can just get to a situation where we can focus on cricket. I think for me, cricket's been my life all my life, and I've been involved for a long time in admin or playing or just anywhere in cricket. And for me, I just think as South Africa now, we've got so many things happening off the field where the rest of the world, they're just focusing how can they become the #1 nation in the world. And with us, I think we spend so much of our energy with things that's not going to contribute to us becoming the #1 in the world. And I think if we can sort out all these things off the field and find a way to move forward, I'm so excited about what we can achieve as a cricketing nation.
You speak for all of us. We're looking forward to that day when cricket will only be what we concentrate on without these other things on the side. Thank you very much, Mr. Straydom. Thank you. Thank you very much for having made yourself available. We will adjourn and yes. We are at now Mr. Siopa, but he's coming at 2, which is 10 minutes from now. I was going to suggest that we take, what time are we at now? Is it 5 to 2? We could take the lunch adjournment now until 2:30, and then we know that we will run until 4 o'clock today. We will adjourn.